Trinidad and Tobago has Good morning and welcome to Cricket 360's coverage of the West Indies Rising Star Women Under 19 Championship. We are all set to go here. It's a delayed start from the University of the West Indies campus here in St. Augustine, and we are situated at the UE Spec facility on the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Cricket Ground for the round 1 game between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands under 19 teams. As you can see, the umpires are out there in the middle. Umpire Ayana Holder and umpire Maria Abbott and the Trinidad team. News from the toss. Trinidad and Tobago has won the toss and debut captaincy for you today, Brianna Haricharan. What have you decided to do?
We'll have a bowl first due to the weather conditions. We want to capitalize on that.
Yeah, this is a good toss to win here today with the weather wrong. It's a curtail game, 28 overs. Any differences in the planning of your strategy for today's game because of the weather?
Yeah, there'll be some strategies. We have prepared well as a team and we just want to go out there and execute.
And you have some new debutants in the team, 5 players in all, but you do have a lot of members who played in the last year's tournament, which you finished 3rd place, defeating the Leeward Islands in that game. So you're looking to do a little bit better in this tournament, as well as incorporating your debutants into the team. Okay, so thank you very much and go well.
Thank you.
That's Ms. Claston. Congratulations to your elevation on the senior West Indies women's team. And you've had a wonderful year, in fact, off to Malaysia with the World Cup, as well as in England and back here at games against South Africa. How has it been for you so far?
It's been really great. Been working really hard behind the scenes and looking forward to executing my skills out here.
Yeah, and again, you've had a number of players returning to your team, into your squad. You're also our MVP for last year, 2024 season, and finishing runners-up in last year's tournament, looking to do one better this year.
Definitely, we been working hard and we're looking to come out here and try to win the whole tournament this year, sure.
Okay, so that's news from the toss here. Trinidad and Tobago has won the toss and opted to field first. So news from the toss. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to field, and as you can see on your screens, the 2 batters are out there for the Leeward Islands. And Amrita Ramtahal looks to be bowling from the northern end at the first ball, and we'll get on the way. Starts with an outswing delivery. Amrita Ramtahal from the Hibiscus Club. And we just run through the Trinidad and Tobago's team. Captain today by Brianna Haricharan. Debut captaincy for her, Amrita Ramtahal, Tamika Pago, Elena Carlton, Azaria Muller, Jessica. First runs on the board. It's going to be a missed field, going to come for 2. Jessica Davis, Samira Naidu, Jessica Orozco, Kanika Kassar, Zakira Harilal, Shan Ramnarain make up the 11. Left out today, Chelsea Sukram, Christina Naipaul and Kira Superville. And the lineup for the Leeward Islands under 19 team, captained by Jazara Claxton, Aaliyah Weeks, Zara Skerrett, Casey Boyles, Gabriel Harilal, Courtney Brown, Sainavi Kambalapali, Catherine Bean Rosario, Sanjana Budra, Lianga Warner and Inka Wilson. Ramtahal starting on an excellent line outside of the off stump, getting the ball to swing away from the right-hander, Sainavi Kambalapali. And joining me here on commentary here, welcome Mr. Tanvir Danpal.
Good afternoon, Billy. How are you today?
Well, The weather is just hampering proceedings there, so we're a bit down in the dark here.
Very exciting game today.
Consistent outswing here from Ram Tahal and a couple runs coming on the offside. No slip in place as the first over comes to an end. So it is a truncated game today. We were originally scheduled for 35 overs, and as calculated by the match referee, start time of 12 noon, 28 overs per team, and the lunch interval will be taken at 1:47, and there'll be 6 overs of power play, and 3 bowlers will be bowling 6 overs, whilst 2 maximum of 5 each. And conclusion to this match schedule at 4:04 p.m. There is some weather still around, and we're hoping that we can get through all 28 overs per innings in the time allotted. So it's going to be Kanika Kasar to pick up from the southern end. And an outside edge down to deep third. They come through for a single. And Kasar has been known to pitch that short of a length delivery, even short deliveries, and get a lot of lift. Get some ball to swing away or move off the seam, off of the right hander, and catching the edge there, Tanvir.
While we are having the breeze, it is helping it as well across the batsman. A slip in place could give opportunity for a wicket.
Goes in the aerial route this time. There's protection out there at deep cover, and just landing in front of Orozco out there in the deep. Already going aerial is Kambalapali. KZ Boyles her opening partner 5 without loss the second over. Interesting, Tanvir, the 2 opening bowlers are getting the ball just to swing away, particularly Ram Tahal. It's a specialty to get that ball to swing away from the right hand batter. There's no full slip in place, and we've already seen one edge go past wicketkeeper Tobago. And had there been a full slip, she's not going to get there, and it'll go into the boundary before signaled by umpire holder. As well, just wondering if they want to have the third position. She's very fine. Yes, she is going to move around just at the back, the top of your screen there. She has shifted to her right. Kasar has been known to bowl with good pace. Trinidad and Tobago opening fast bowler. So the field set is that a little bit wider on the boundary. There is a point, a deep cover, extra cover, mid wicket, square leg, and fine leg. So no Samara Ramnath in this lineup for Trinidad and Tobago. Just a couple inquiries indicated that she might have a finger injury. A quick single here to mid-on. without loss. As the second over comes to an end. Casey Boys on 8 and Saina V. Campbell Pali on 2. So with no Ramnath in the team, Brianna Haricharan makes her debut in the captaincy position. Of course, having vice captain the team last year, and Amrita Ramtahal takes over as vice captain of the team. Haricharan copped the National Youth Award last year. Just at the tender age of 16 last year when she won that award. Made her way onto the Trinidad and Tobago senior team as well. As Ramtahal is all set to go here. There you can see that shape on the ball, and they come through for a single. Sitting a bit deep there is Kasa at point. So the Leeward Islands player look to be very aggressive. Good rotation of the strike early on in the innings. So the 35 over game being truncated to 28 with the rain interruption this morning. It was looking quite ominous as well. We were wondering if there would have been any play at all at 10 o'clock this morning, because it was very dark, it was heavy showers, and the ground staff led by Mr. Ramnath Prasad did an excellent job. Wide signal by umpire Maria Abbott. Without loss, 3 overs gone. It's a slight delay here. The umpires just in conversation. Wide down the leg side, pitching the ball up. Nice lifting delivery there from Kassar. It's been a little bit of a mixed bag in this over. After that wide delivery there, Kassar seems to just dry up some of the runs here. 15 without loss. KZ Boyles on debut here as well for the Leeward Islands in this tournament. They've had a few players returning to the under-19 squad. It's a good delivery there. Well fielded on the follow through. Aaliyah Weeks was most prominent last year along with her captain Jazara Claxton, Zara Skirrett, Gabrielle Harilal, Courtney Brown, and of course this one punched through to Ram Tahalat. Cover direct through. Appeal not out, says the umpire.
Appeal not out, says the umpire.
Sainavi Kambala Pali alongside Catherine Bean Rosario returning to the team as well. Cut away. Protection is out there. Or Roscoe it is. End of the over. 4 gone. 17 without loss. Reminding you there are 6 overs of power play in this truncated game of 28 overs. So we've lost 7 overs due to the weather. And all in all, 1 hour and 40 minute delay to the toss and 2 hours delay to the start time. Couple of Trinidad and Tobago players returning as well. Captain Hari Charan, Ram Tahal, both of whom debuted the senior level. West Indies under 19 as well. Playing a miss. She does get that ball to swing away, Ram Tahal, and curious as well. Her starting from the northern end. She's getting the ball to move against the direction of the breeze. If you can tell from our comms, it's very windy out here at the UE spec ground. Just slipping there. It's Boyles coming through for that run. There was some dampness in the outfield after the rains had stopped. But it's drying out quite nicely now, as we do have still a lot of cloud cover. But it's nice and windy. And the sun peeking out ever so slightly. And we have some difficulty with the weather. We're having difficulty with the wind as well here in our commentary area.
Just had some technical difficulties there, Billy. Now we're back.
It is quite a picturesque ground here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. The Northern Range in the background. We are situated on the southern end of the ground, looking up at the field of play. With the UE spec building across in the distance behind the northern boundary. The end of the 5th over. Ramtahal's 3rd. And she's conceded 9 runs, so a good start from her in her 3 overs. 18 without loss, and a good start here from the Leeward Islands. So Kassar will bowl the final over of the power play. Because the other games taking place in round 1 of the Rising Stars Women Under 19 tournament. Guyana is taking on Jamaica. She gets this one to angle in and heads down the leg side. Started the last over with a wide. Ashja Avengers, her school. Tugged into the onside. It bisects the fielders at cover and square leg. It's going to run very close to the boundary. And well, the umpires are going to have to make an adjudication there. She got a hand to it. Slid over the boundary, Shanram Narain. Have another close look at it there. Hopped back over. So it did seem as though she got her hands off of the ball as she slid over the boundary rope. So the umpires are satisfied. So a good stop in the end. .30 without loss now in the 7th over. And the rains have started to come down again. The umpire just calls for the ball from Young Davis. And they're again in communication with the standby umpire via radio, trying to make a determination if they're going to come off due to some rain. As you have another look at that piece of fielding there on the boundary edge, limiting them to 2, saving 2 runs in the end. Just a bit of a refreshment there as the rains are again with us. So boys just having an issue. The umpires just stopping play for a bit. And I just wonder if some medication was administered to Boyles out there. She's on 13. Kambala Pali is on 14. Will face up to Jessica Davis as we set to resume here now after that brief break. This one trying to tug it into the onside. A loud appeal coming mainly from Shanaram Narain. Not quite sure what she was appealing for. Perhaps the LBW shot as it was angled down the leg side by Davis. Good work from Carlton there, not allowing them to come through for a run. This one punched. Owen gets a boot onto it, Harry Chan here, and kicks it past Orozco at cover, who was coming around to field and goes into the boundary inadvertently for 4. So it was punched into the covers, and the captain, Harry Charan, was getting around to it and stuck the boot out. Unfortunately, kicked it past Orozco, who was moving to her right to cover the ball, and kicked it into the gap, into the back of the net for 4. Would have been a perfect half volley into the boundary. This one, valiant attempt from Orozco, but it's gone for 4. Just conceding a few runs in this opening over from Davis as the rains are coming down even heavier now. So at 35 without loss and 6.4 overs gone. The ground staff are coming on with the covers. So we're going to have another break in play here, and it might just be a case of this happening a couple more times during the course of play today. So the rains have actually stopped. The ground staff is pulling on the main covers now, and both teams are off the field, and the sun is out. There is no rain out there. But there are some clouds in the distance. So there's going to be a break in play here at the end of 7 overs. Currently 5 runs and over. A bit of an expensive over. 1 boundary, 1, 2 and 3 singles conceded in that Jessica Davis over. The sun is out. The covers are on. It doesn't seem to be rain in the distance, but the players have gone off the field. So there'll be a delay here with Casey Boyles on 12 and Sainavi Kambapali gifted 4 runs in that over. She's on 20 now. And a current run rate of 5 runs and over in this 28 over affair. And as I say that, the ground staff has started to take the covers off. It might have been a bit of a premature decision from the umpires to call for the covers. It was just one sharp 20-second downpour and the players came off the field. But wanting to err on the side of caution, and the ground staff came racing on. And in fact, the players are being called back out onto the pitch. So the projected total 140 runs, so a good start here by the Leeward Islands. We'll just take a quick break in play here and resume in a few minutes time when play gets on the way. So as we suspected, a very short break indeed. At the end of that, Jessica Davis over. Conceded 8 runs, 4 runs inadvertently. So Azaria Muller is on debut. I'm told she's from the Astra College, plays for the Avengers team. Astra, incidentally, having their graduation ceremony today. Our own Mr. Anil Lakan, just receiving an award for his stint there, coaching the young ladies, that Avengers team. And on debut from that team, from the AC Academy, Azaria Muller. Hit in the air and coming in and going over her head in the end. It goes into the boundary for 4. So for a brief moment, Superville thought she was in with a chance. She came in a couple steps realizing that she had come in too far. And I'm not quite sure, even if she had stood in her position, that it would have gone straight to her. She would have had to do some work to get back to it. Nice swinging delivery here from Muller. Another bowler, another medium pace bowler, getting the ball to swing away. Third bowler on display with that type of swing movement in the air. Of course, the conditions are just perfect for that type of swing bowling. It's tugged into the onside. It's going to go for runs. In fact, it's going to go all the way into the boundary despite the chase from Naidu. And the chants you are hearing is from the Leeward Islands contingent. They were very vocal during the rain delay, composing their own musical lyrics to keep themselves entertained. And the opening batters are entertaining us here. 43 without loss now. 2 boundaries in the over. The run rate just goes to 5.61. It's a better line here outside of the off stump. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. Not quite sure what the issue was. That was perhaps the best ball of the over. Yeah, another good delivery. She's found her line and length here. Now, and a chance for a run out. As she took off Boyles and was sent back by Kambala Pali and almost lost her wicket there. So the throw came in from Davis at short third. Just a little wide of keeper Pargo and had to come toward the ball to take it with the stump behind her. Couldn't execute the run out. Pitched up, allowed to swing in the air, and another dot delivery. 4 dot deliveries in that Muller over. 2 boundaries conceded after 8. 43 without loss. Wood batters now on 20, so it represents a good opening partnership here for the Leeward Islands team. Finished runners-up last year to Guyana. And they were defeated on Duckworth Lewis in a rain-affected finals. But Guyana just needed another 6 runs for victory, chasing 68 runs set by the Leeward Islands in the final at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And Duckworth Lewis calculation, when the rains came, put Guyana in the ascendancy, 23 runs ahead of where they should have been, and victory to the Guyana team. So Leeward Islands wants to set things right this year. Trinidad and Tobago battle to 3rd place, and Samira Naidu, she comes into the attack, was part of that Trinidad and Tobago squad, captained by Samara Ramnad last year, defeating Windward Islands in that 3rd place playoff at the Diego Martin Regional Complex, and finishing 3rd. Trinidad and Tobago missing out on that 2nd spot and missing out on the finals by 0.2 points. The bonus point system, they were snide protection out in the deep. Orozco is out there, so just a single. Leeward Islands were on 16.4 and the Trinidad and Tobago team on 16.2 after 5 rounds of cricket, which placed the Leeward Islands in the finals against Guyana. Nice flighted delivery, turn and bounce, defeating the outside edge of KZ Boyles. A good take by wicketkeeper Tamika Fargo. Nice bounce and turn there. This one's flatter through the air. 44 without loss. This one is short. Come through for the single. Played uppishly off the back foot. before the leg spinner, there's a very fine third, short third in Muller. And cover, extra cover mid-off and a sweeper on the offside. Now the flighted delivery, she's down the track. Half an appeal, doesn't make contact with the bat. Defeated in the air and the flight. And luckily struck the pad out to cover. That had enough spin on it. She could have been in trouble. Good over here from Naidu. Challenging the batters. Yeah, this one goes past the inside edge as that Samira Naidu's first over comes to an end. An over where she only conceded 2 runs. But a stem in the flow of runs. 45 without loss. 9 overs gone. And both batters, Kambala Pali and Boyles, on 21 each off of 27 deliveries. So the both batters just mirroring each other in terms of their scoring. So this represents a good start here with a projected total of 140 Tanvir.
Yes, and now you see the captain taking up the ball, taking up the attack. Brianna Hari Charan. Right hand leg spin.
She's now going to have protection at deep mid wicket and deep cover on the boundaries. And making an adjustment here as well. As you can see across your screen, she's bringing the backward square to extra cover. So there's only going to be 3 persons on the onside. So it's a pack offside field, backward point. And she bowls it down the leg side and is going to go for a couple of runs here. No, just the one. And how many times have we seen this stand view? You bring a player from the onside onto the offside and then the bowler bowls it down the leg side. And on this occasion, which is a rarity, it's the captain. Yeah, so news coming from that Barbados versus Windward Islands game. So flightedly appealed there. It was full but off the inside edge. Not out, says the umpire holder. Yeah, so news from the National Cricket Centre. Heavy rains, wet outfield, and the game has actually been called off. So that match will be abandoned. Have another look at this here. Off the inside edge. Onto the pad. Down the wicket this time. And an excellent delivery here from the captain as she drags her length back. Not allowing the advancing Kambala Pali to get to the pitch of it on the half volley. She's trying to up the scoring rate that has just dipped under 5 in these last 2 overs. Coming down the track again and not giving her any room is the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Hari Charan. It's another dot ball. So good variation here. She's thinking on her feet here, the captain. And Kambala Pali looking to be in very aggressive mode, trying to go after Hari Charan. The captain is up to the task as the battle continues. Yeah, just staying in the crease, whipping it into the onside. Ram Narain comes off, attacking it off the boundary to limit them to a single. 47 without loss. And 1 delivery to come in this Hari Chan over. So Boyles just faced the 1 delivery. Back on strike. And an excellent over there from Brianna Hari Charan. Just conceding the 1 leg by and a single off the bat. So 1 run conceded by the captain in her opening over. 47 without loss. 10 overs gone in this 28 over affair. And Boyles on 21 and Kambala Pali on 22. So they've been pegged back here, the Leeward Islands, after a very good start indeed. Just a 1 over from Jessica Davis that went for one boundary inadvertently off of the boot of the captain, Harry Charan. She's been taken off. The rains came and Naidu was brought in from the northern end, and her first over has just gone for 2. So 2 very miserly overs from the Trinidad and Tobago spin pair. And the leg break bowling from these two has seemed to curtail the aggression shown by the pair of batters out in the middle. Nicely played here. Got onto the front, which shifted to the back. Short of the line delivery. Gets 2 runs out in the deep. Nicely played by Sainavi Kambalapali. Showing her experience at this level and against the leg spin as well. She tried to go after Harry Chan in the last over, coming down the track, and this time outfoxing Naidu as if to come down and getting her to pitch one fractionally short. Got a couple of runs in the offside. Well flighted delivery, full toss, punched down the ground. As that will bring up the 50 run. Bring up to 50 runs for the Leeward Islands. Opening partnership between KZ Boyles on 21 and Sainavi Kambalapali on 25. Pushing it through this time. Signal wide by the umpire. So a couple bounces through to wicketkeeper Tobago as well. So a good opening stand. Yes, the umpire was wondering. It bounced a couple times through to the wicketkeeper. Hence, the umpire signaling the no ball and the free hit with that delivery. And she leaves it alone. She was shaping to cut it. Decided that it was too wide. It was a free hit. And Naidu just escapes punishment there. A no ball signal by umpire Abbott, bouncing twice before the wicket keep getting through to the wicketkeeper. Fully flighted this time, dipping, and does not make contact with the bat. So signal, the umpire signaling for the players to get a move on as well. One delivery to come in the 11th over. We've had 50 minutes of play, so just a tad bit behind the over rate. Punched in the air and a catch that goes down. Looks like Shan Ramnarayan there at cover. It went straight to her. Final delivery of the Naidu over. She would be disappointed, as well as Ramnarayan. Punched in the air straight to her, and she put it down. So opportunity there to get a first wicket with the score on 51 after 11 overs, but their prayers weren't answered. So we have a look at Mount St. Benedict in the distance, in the northern range, just atop of the Hillview College. It's a breathtaking view here from the Sir Frank Worrell Field. It's a newly refurbished swimming pool in the back there as well. And the quarters for the priests up there in the church. Harry Chan. Not a flighted delivery, some work in the outfield there to do. And bit of a fumble there by Muller out in the deep, chasing around from long on, and just a single in the end. .52 without loss. Opportunity for a wicket in this over. In the last over, rather, of the last delivery of the Samir Naidu's over. Bit of a delay here again. The umpire is just checking on Casey Boyles. She did have some treatment earlier on in the innings, just about in the 5th over, and is clearly having a bit of an issue. Doesn't seem to be a physical injury. I'm just wondering if they took out some medication for her earlier on as well. And the umpires just conferring with her. Just an opportunity for the players as well to get a bit of a break. The players taking a break. We'll take a slight break in the commentary there. Just readjust our positions here, as it's a continuous effort battling with the wind and the weather in the commentary area. It's another good delivery there from Harichan. Just one run in the over. She conceded just 2 runs overall into her second over, and 3 dot balls here. And the captain, together with Naidu, has just put the brakes on the innings for the Leeward Islands. And for the first time, she's pushed it wide outside the off stump, and a play and a miss from Boyles. Boyles, who seems to be struggling a bit. She had to be attended to twice. Just wonder if she received some medication as well. So she's battling through this inning. She's on 21 off of 37 deliveries. And good support from Kambala Pali on 26. It's an excellent over, comes to an end from the captain, Haricharan. She just conceded 2. 12 overs gone, 52 without loss. Projected total of 121. So the rain again starts to come down. Strong winds accompany this rain, so might just push over as well. The ground staff have not come out, which is a good sign. It's still quite bright here, and it's some high clouds. It's light grey. As we continue on here into her 3rd over now. Naidu fully flighted down the wicket, and a catch straight toward Davis, who came in a fraction and got her hand to it. It went over her head. She tried to knock it down, but it's gone into the boundary for 4. So another opportunity created here by Naidu, and another misjudged catch here in the outfield. Not quite getting the flight and the pace of the delivery there, young Davis, and it just parried up in the air, but couldn't get to knock it down for a second bite at the cherry, and it goes into the boundary for 4. And this is short and wide down the leg side, so losing a little bit of focus there. And she's had 2 catches now put down off of her bowling, Naidu. 56 without loss. So, yeah, delayed signal of wide by the umpire. So 3 catches put down in the innings so far. Well, the one off of Muller did not go to hand. And the one catch by Ramnarain went to hand, did not stick, and then one just parried over her head, Davis. 2 of them going for boundaries. And again, advancing down the track, Davis feels well and gets the throw in to the non-striker's end. Just landed in front of her. She attacked it quite well. Picked it up cleanly. Appreciated by the captain. Harry Chan just runs down and gives a high 5. Good piece of work there at mid-off. So she stays in the ring. I'm wondering for a second if they might have wanted to push her back a fraction. Play and a miss. Almost absolutely no pace on that delivery. Reminding you that game at the NCC has been called off, abandoned due to a wet outfield. And the game, Guyana versus Jamaica, is going to be a 22 over affair, and Guyana, they are taking full strike. And we continue on here at the University of the West Indies in this game. There's going to be some runs here. And it's going to go very close to the boundary and into the boundary. Chasing along from deep backward square was Carlton. She was not able to get there and cut it off in time. So 4 runs, 2 boundaries in this Naidu over. So very expensive. She's conceded 18 runs now, with just 2 runs coming off her first 2 overs. $12 runs with 1 ball to come in this 3rd over. So very expensive over. The 13th over of the innings. 64 without loss. And Boyles on 25. And Kambalapali on 31 off of 38 deliveries. So Guyana have just taken to the crease. The openers, 6 without loss in the first over. against the Jamaica under 19 team. Down the track, and again Harry Charan just drags the length back. Very intelligent bowling from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. Looking to put some pressure against Harry Charan, Kambalapali. She's been down the wicket a few times against her, hasn't been able to get her away. This time pitched outside the awesome. They come through for the single, and a direct hit would have been interesting from Ramtahal at mid-off. It was pushed with pace, but good quick aggressive running from Kambalapali as she was sitting on the 30-yard circle. Good pick up and throw. Good cricket all round. Yeah, missed down the leg side, and it goes very close to the boundary. Overhauled. Carlton doing the fielding. It by signal by the umpire. It's very interesting though. Ball angle down the leg side. Signal buys. Just wondered for a moment if it had clipped the pads. Should have been signal wides. Signal leg by, in fact. This one is pitched high and full. They come through for a single. I'll keep an eye on the umpire as well with regard to the height of that delivery, just conferring with her square leg whether it was over the height of the waist. Still haven't made a final decision yet, umpire Holder. She confers the square leg umpire Abbott, and yeah, I think she initially signaled a no ball. Her hand was outstretched, conferred with the square leg, and they came to the decision that it was below the waist, so just signaling that it was a legitimate delivery, nullifying her initial call. Well, that's a loud appeal there, and that would have been very interesting. Harry Charan has her doubts. She thought that there she would have been in with a chance for a good LBW shout and the first wicket, but it was not to be. So it stays 67 without loss. Another good over here from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. Come through for a quick single, not able to cut it off. Naidu at short mid wicket. So 14 overs gone, 68 without loss. Sainavi Kambalapali on 33 off of 41 deliveries, and KZ Boyles on 26 off of 44. And the drinks break, which was originally scheduled for 15 overs time, but we've had such a slow over rate. We've had 1 hour and 6 minutes gone, 14 overs, and the umpires have decided to take the drinks break now. And with that, we will take a short break, and we'll be right back after drinks. So we're back here live at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. It's an encounter between Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women and the Leeward Islands. And this game truncated to 28 overs due to inclement weather. And there was a torrential downpour occurring at 10 a.m. this morning when we were scheduled to start. So we've lost 7 overs. And remind you as well that 3 bowlers will have a maximum of 6 overs and 2 a maximum of 5. The opening partnership here for the Leeward Islands, 68 without loss, 14 overs gone. And it's been a very good start here from the Leeward Islands team. And Ramtahal has come on. She opened the bowling medium pace. And she does have the ability to bowl or spin as well. So she's back into the attack. Loud appeal! Not out, says the umpire. So she started bowling some nice outswing deliveries with the weather conditions around here in St. Augustine. Overcast. Allowed the ball to swing through the air, and now with it 14 overs old, she's opted for off spin, and this one tugged into the onside. There is protection, 1 bounce out Carlton, and just a single. So an excellent opening stand here of 69 without loss. A very healthy run rate as well, 4.76. It's a 5-4 field for the off spin of Ramtahal. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and mid wicket in the ring, and a mid on. Fielders on the onside, as this one is wide outside the off stump. Previous delivery was a good line and length outside the off stump, making the correction from the first delivery. Angle down the leg side, short third backward point, deep cover, extra cover, and mid off on the onside. It comes down the wicket and turns it into the onside, and there's going to be a chase here. It's going to go into the boundary for 4 as Davis, it was played to the right of her, well into the gap, and it raced across the outfield here at UE Spec and beat her into the boundary, well put away from Kambala Pali. She's been looking to come down the wicket to the spin of both Naidu and Harry Charan, and with Ramtahal now, she works it into the onside for 4, and with the restriction in place, Davis now stays at long on, and the deep cover comes up. And again it's played out. This time Davis is out there. So a good change here from the captain, Harry Charan, playing with the turn as well. Kambala Pali, she goes on to 38 rather, over 44 deliveries, as the 15th over comes to an end. 75 runs on the board. So the bowling card for Trinidad and Tobago, Amrita Ramtahal, she just completed her 4th over, 3 of medium pace and 1 off spin, conceding 15 runs. Kanika Kassar, 18 runs conceded in her 3 overs, just a 1 over from Jessica Davis that went for 8, and Azaria Muller, 1 over for 8 as well. Samira Naidu, 3 overs for 18, and Brianna Harichan. This one hit down to Muller at long on. So Harry Charan has conceded just 6 runs in her 3.1 overs. She bowled well in partnership with Naidu before Naidu was hit for 12 runs in her 3rd and last over before being taken out of the attack. This one seemed a bit of the googly delivery there from Harry Charan. Turn the back into Boyles. Boyles has been battling through a bit of an issue, not quite sure, might just be a little bit of a headache. got some treatment twice in the innings. She got some treatment, perhaps a little bit of medication as well. And umpire Abbott is keeping a keen eye on her as well. The faster delivery hit down the ground bowler is there. Umpire Abbott just keeping an eye on Boyles as well, just to ensure that it's not anything too serious medical wise. You could see her there at the non-strikers, just hunched over down the track. And again, Muller has some work to do out in the distance. Though I was about to say she did quite well, but did not pick the ball up. Got into position very quickly. It went through the hands, through the legs, and into the boundary for 4. And gifted 4 runs here. She did quite well to get around. Timed it quite well, but didn't get the body behind it. And it went through her hands and into the boundary for 4. So Kambala Pali moves on now to 44 over 47 deliveries. And 3 drop catches from the Trinidad and Tobago team and a couple of misfields in the outfield, conceding a couple boundaries. 83 without loss with 1 delivery to come in the 16th over. And again, Boyles is down on 1 leg. The captain, Jazara Claxton, has been loosening up for quite a while, just in case she needs to come onto the field to bat, with Boyles possibly coming off and retiring her due to whatever is ailing her currently. Yeah, and just conferring again with the umpires, and it does seem as though she is going to come off. She was struggling in the innings. She's gotten to 29 off of 49 deliveries and was able to put up a very good partnership with Kambala Pali, who's made up for whatever dot deliveries in the innings that may have occurred due to the condition of Boyles. So she is going to come out retired hurt, and the captain Jazara Claxton is going to come on, Tanvir. Just having a word with the captain as KZ Boyles comes off the field. So it's going to be a different prospect now with the left-hander coming out to bat, to partner with Kambala Pali now. Zara Claxton was the MVP of the 2024 season, amassing 142 runs with a high score of 52, also picking up 10 wickets, opening the bowling. Kampal is down the track, going to get a single of the final delivery of the 4th over of the captain, Brianna Haricharan, and 84 without loss, and 16 overs gone. And the performance of Jazara Claxton with bat and ball in the Rising Star tournament last year propelled her into the West Indies senior women lineup. She also played, or was listed on the squad for the TKR, for the CPL, Women's CPL. And she in fact went off in January to Malaysia to participate in the Under-19 World Cup. No fortunes there for the West Indies Under-19 team. And then she went on to meet up with the West Indies women team on a tour to England, where she debuted the ODI and T20 series against England. Sainavi Kambala Pali on 44. The wind kicks up here at the Respect facility. Off the edge, off of Ramtahals, bowling a pick up and a throw from Mullah at short third. Goes through the wicketkeeper, past the stump and backed up by Naidu at mid-wicket. So Ramtahal opting for a 5th over as well. Off spin. So the left-hander of Claxton coming on strike, prompting field changes. So the deep square leg comes into a point position for the left-hander. There's a deep cover. A long on deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. The fielder's out on the boundary. Five in the ring. Claxton debuting in the 3rd ODI against England. And then debuting as well in the T20 for 4 overs. Costa 1 for 15. Didn't trouble the scorers. Which means 17 in her debut ODI against England. Trying to force this one away to get off the mark. And then return to the Caribbean in Barbados with the tour of South Africa to the West Indies and had a high score of 43. Picked up 5 wickets along the way. Short and making room off the back foot. And the shy at the non-striker. She gets through, she's off the mark. The Leeward Islands captain. Ramtahal overcomes to an end. 86 without loss, 17 gone. A very healthy run rate from the Leeward Islands. Just peaking back over 5 now per over. So the 18th over is going to be bowled by the captain. It's going to be 5 overs on the trot for Haricharan. She's conceded just 15. So it's captain versus captain out there in the middle with the score on 86. Short protection out there. Charging in is Davis from deep square leg. Does well to keep them down to a single. So all eyes now on Kamala Pali. She's on 46. She's looked to be very aggressive against Haricharan, advancing down the wicket. Almost every time she's faced a delivery from Haricharan, who's been equal to the task. Just conceding the one boundary due to a misfield. Down the wicket again. And another misfield here. Gonna allow the single. So good rotation of strike here by the captain. So always looking for 2. However, she wouldn't mind that Kamala Pali is on strike now on 47 over 51 deliveries. She's been very fluent out there today. Down the track again. More work for Melinda Deep, and she's not going to get there. And that will be her 50 off of 52 deliveries. An excellent knock in this opening round 1 game by Sainavi Kambalapali. She tugs it into the onside. It's the second boundary off of the captain, Hari Charan, who's managed to keep her quiet for most of her 4 overs, but now conceding another boundary here, and a very important and good knock here from Kambalapali. Opening stand posting 68 runs before Boyles had to leave, retired hit. Down the track again. It's just a single on this occasion. We'll just keep a monitor on the score. The score is just taking a few seconds to get it right. Yeah, the correction being made there. Right on cue. What a shot here it is from Clarkston, and this is her potential. We've seen this type of shots last year that propelled her to the MVP slot and tugged in the onside all the way for 6. The first 6 of the innings. Captain versus captain, and Clarkston coming out on top in this delivery and in this over from Hari Charan, bowling her 5th over. And just being punished a bit. An over that saw 50 runs coming up for Kambalapali over 52 deliveries. And the Hari Charan over going for 13 runs. Just soiling her figures somewhat. So Boers retired hurt on 29. A new over beginning now. Davis is out there. They're going to look for 2. She had some work to do in the outfield. Come through for a comfortable 2. The slight correction. Boy went off at the score on 83. Down the track again. Familiar sight from Kambalapali, and she punches it past mid-off rather, and Shanram Narain just trots after it. She could not stop it, advancing down the track, and a quite exquisite off drive all the way into the boundary for 4. So she's continuing on her attacking ways. We'll try to keep you abreast of the score as well. It's on to 96. Just having a little bit of issues with the scoring at the moment. 96 without loss. Kambalapali motors on. It's an adjustment in the field for Jazara Claxton. She's on 2. Well, she did hit a 6 in the last over, so we'll just keep you abreast when the corrections are made to the scoring. Should be over 100 runs on the board. breaking away and cutting out to the cover boundary. Ramtahal continuing on with her off spin. And this may just well be her final over as well. Maximum 6 allotted to 3 bowlers in this 28 over affair. The over comes to an end. Remind you there. The opening partnership 83 before Casey Boyle went off, retired hurt. She struggled through her innings, not with the bat but some ailment, but she was able to persevere and support her partner Kambalapali quite well to take the score to 83, and the captain Claxton replacing her, and she's been very aggressive as she cuts this one away, get close to the boundary and into the boundary for 4. So motoring on here is Jazara Claxton, who moves on to 12 with that boundary. So they continue to pile on the runs here, 107 without loss. So work for Ramtahal out there at long on. Haricharan is also bowling her last over. She would bowl the maximum allotment of 6 overs. So she's just conceded a few boundaries off of the bat of Claxton in the last few deliveries on her end. It's a fine display of batsmanship from Sainavi Kambalapali and how to play the spinners. She's been using her feet to get to the pitch of the deliveries, and even when the lengths were changed from Haricharan, she was still able to manipulate the crease and get bat on ball. But she's been mostly kept in check by Haricharan. It's a good looking cover drive here from Claxton. She's been the more aggressive batter against Haricharan, so much so that she's just spoiled the figures of Haricharan a bit. Conceding 32 into her final over. And just let you know that we do have some more dark clouds approaching us from the east. It is raining on the hills and mountains behind us, as well as in the foreground behind the UE Spec Administration building. So we just keep an eye on it. It rains in the mountains. Dot delivery here to finish the spell of Haricharan. She's gone for 33 runs. She had an excellent first 4 overs and just went for a bit of punishment. So after her 6 overs, she's conceded 33, 111 without loss, 20 overs gone, and the captain Claxton has come out, hit 1 6 and a 4 to be on 15, and the mainstay of the innings, Sainavi Kambalapali, she's on 57 off of 56 deliveries, and may just have to take that score with a pinch of salt, as the ground staff are now getting into place as we do look at those clouds as well as rain not too far from us, getting a little bit closer. There's going to be a mandatory bowling change here. Looks like Carlton, her left arm spin, going to come into the attack. Current run rate 5.55 and a projected score of 155 would represent an excellent total in this 28 over affair. And we would have to make some adjustments here if the rains do start to come. Our cameraman Sachin Mohammed perched up on a height. Speaking of height, that one is well flighted, pulled into the onside, and some work in the deep there for Ramtahal, who does excellently knocking it down. First delivery well flighted, pulled away by Kambala Pali, and good work out in the deep. Saves a couple runs. You're doing the important thing of keeping your eyes on it and pushing the ball back in, not hanging on to it. But a flighty delivery down the track. Turned it into a half volley and it was hit straight down the ground. This one will go into the boundary for 4. So Kambala Pali looking to be more aggressive as the rains are coming now, trying to propel this total as quickly as possible off of the bowling of Elena Carlton, who's coming to the attack to replace Ramtahal and being struck down the ground for 4. And the covers are, it's going to be any time now, imminently going to come onto the field. Another fully flighted delivery. This time it's hit in the air and it seemed to go through the hands. And an excellent tumbling step again from Ramtahal to pull that one down and keep the ball inside of the boundary and prevent the 4. It was pulled in the air past Naidu, almost through her hands, as there were shouts of catch it. And the rains are belting down now, with the score on 119 without loss. And 20.3 overs gone, with Kambala Pali on 65 off of 59 deliveries. And Claxton as well out there on 19 off of 16 deliveries. And we are going to have a break in play here yet again as the rain comes down. We anticipated this here, and it's going to be this type of stop and go during the course of the day. And the good news is there are clear skies in the distance, and if we do continue to have the strong wind blowing this rain across the ground, it might not be too much of a significant delay, as we have got 20.3 overs being bowled. So we're going to take a break here as we also take evasive actions under the tent here at the U Respect ground at Sir Frank Royal Memorial Ground here in St. Augustine. Letting you know the score is 119 without loss. Boyle, she retired with on 29. Kambala Pali is on 65. And Josiah Claxton is on 19. So we'll take a short break. Hopefully it's a short break, and resume as soon as weather permits.
Good day, my fellow listeners. Due to the excessive rain and due to unplayable conditions, the match has been called off, therefore leaving Trinidad and Tobago with 1 point, as well as Leeward with 1 point.